And welcome to our council meeting. I see we have Councillor Doody online, is that correct? Have any apologies for today's meeting? Any conflicts of interest for recording? Acknowledgements. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge, I saw in the paper this morning that former Mayor of Selwyn District, Kelvin Coe, has sadly passed away. Kelvin was known to many of us over a number of years as we worked with him in Greater Christchurch space, but broadly Canterbury Museum, lots of other engagements where had the fortune of meeting Kelvin and got to know him really well. He was always a great supporter of this district, but also of his own, and certainly supported our district in many of the conversations as we were going through those days of development and of the urban development strategy and other matters. So certainly I would classify him as a really great friend of the Waimakariri district. So sad to see his passing, but I think it would be appropriate to stand and observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Are there any other acknowledgements this morning? So we come to the confirmation of minutes. We have minutes of the meeting of the Waimakariri District Council held on the 2nd of June. Prepared to moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Nikki Mealings, Councillor Mealings. Is there any discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Item 4.2 is the minutes of the meeting held on the 16th of June. Someone prepared to move? Moved Councillor Keane, seconded Councillor Goldsworthy. Any discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Any matters arising for the minutes? No. So we come to deputations and presentations. Firstly, we have a request around a plan stop exemption application, MH Kerr, K McCracken, Andrew Shorty, I would assume. You wish to come forward? Thank you. So welcome to our meeting. We have up to 10 minutes. If you could leave some time for some questions potentially in there, would be good. I see you've circulated a document as well.
No,
so
we can't get to. We can take this read. It's Mr. Kerr's mic presentation mainly. I'm just here to add some flavour in terms of some alternate options that might have to be taken if the plan stop can't be taken. But it's mainly Mike's day. So.
All right, that's fine. If you want to just click on the microphone that's in front of you. So just press the button there. There we are. That's great. Thank you very much.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michael Kerr, and I'm here regarding our property at 15 Townsend Road, Rangiora. We've brought this matter forward for deputation because despite sustained engagement with the council for more than 5 years, there is currently no clear or workable pathway to resolve the constraints affecting our property. At a high level, the property is constrained under the current planning framework with inappropriate zoning, while the standard zoning pathway having been pursued is apparently exhausted. At each stage, we have followed council's guidance, taken advice, and engaged in good faith. However, despite doing so, the process has not produced a mechanism through which the issue can be resolved. This has in part been due to what we now know was overly optimistic advice by the planner I engaged, Kim McCracken, but also a change in approach to the development of the South Brook plan by the council, a process which we believed in and wanted to engage in. As a result, the property remains subject to ongoing land use constraints. As further background, over the last 20 years, Townsend Road has changed from a low-volume shingle road to an urban connector, as has Fernside Road. This has necessitated the council in acquiring land from us for a major roundabout, a process we cooperated in fully. Business and housing development in the east, west, north and south is expected to increase traffic further, transform the area and character from rural to urban, making the property unsaleable as rural lifestyle land. The changes meant our property has been identified by the council as having been impacted by traffic noise, which we've got an attached map of. This significantly affects 75% of the property. This will only get worse with the completion of the Somerset Rest Home, Johns Road subdivision, and the completion of the Townsend Field residential development, plus future developments in the western area of Rangiora. The current development has had making livestock high risk, unworkable, and totally unsuitable for the property. Rezoning the property would align with surrounding land uses, establish a strategic corner site, enable efficient land use by reducing land sensitivity. During the submission process, it was noted in the report that the addition of 5.3 hectares would help alleviate the projected shortage of commercial land, and there was support for the application in that respect. We think that rezoning the site makes strategic sense. This outcome is sought for my family, rather than me personally. My health is not what it should be. Simply put, I do not want to leave this matter unresolved. What we're seeking. We are here today requesting that the council direct staff to prepare a report to the Minister on seeking a planned stop exemption to allow for the rezoning of 15 Townsend Road. We believe this would also benefit the wider region of Rangiora. This is not a request for a final decision today. It is a request to establish a formal, structured pathway for assessment, where we have been advised one does not currently exist. It allows the site to be considered in light of its current and likely future conditions, and it enables council to exercise its discretion in a transparent and accountable way. After more than 5 years of engagement, and in the context of evolving site conditions, we are simply seeking council's direction to enable a process that can properly address this matter and establish a clear and workable pathway forward for all concerned. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd just like to hand over to Andrew, my solicitor, to say a few additional comments on pathways forward.
Thanks, Mike. Brilliant timing. Just before I start, I'm just taking you to that map that is included there, which shows the site, and you'll see that it is affected by the noise, the rail and road noise overlays there. Obviously, it's across the road from other commercially zoned land. But moving to my presentation, or part of it, my further comments, I'd just like to highlight these following points. So on the application for an exemption under the planned stop, we acknowledge that as it stands, a request to exempt a council variation is not straightforward under the ministerial requirements, under which at least 3 of the mandated thresholds need to apply. However, we would argue that the council could seek an exemption because of a rezoning would, firstly, fix an outcome that we consider to be a planning error. Secondly, align better with the recent legislative changes under the RMA, both in terms of enabling infrastructure, i.e. the roading changes and the new roundabout.
and enabling sufficient commercial land at Rangiora under the MPSUD. And thirdly, it would be a suitable case for the Minister's general discretion, given that the rezoning of the corner site can serve a wider strategic function, either as an indication of an intention to enable further commercial use in this area, given the roading changes and other developments, or alternatively to act as a buffer between the roundabout and the land still owned, zoned rural lifestyle. However, the KER's view remains that even if the exemption request is not considered a starter or is unsuccessful, there is still the option of seeking a private plan change that the Council can choose to support to the extent that it's able. On that option, which is obviously not the preferred option, but if it is required, the advice of the KER's planner, this is a second planner after Mr McCracken is no longer involved, while correct in explaining that a private plan change may be rejected if a district plan has been operative for less than 2 years, was not correct if it indicated, and the KER's believe that it did, that the Council has no option but to reject it in those circumstances. The Council has the discretion to reject a private plan change if and only if one of the grounds set out in clause 25(4) of the first schedule is made out. However, that is a discretionary power in inappropriate circumstances, and we say that this can be considered one. The Council can still accept the requested private plan change and proceed to notify it. That this is the correct position is made out by the acceptance of private plan changes, somewhat curiously referred to as variations, despite being private applications on the part operative Selwyn District Plan. In this situation they now find themselves, and as a mark of the desperation they feel about progressing the required change, the KERS would consider proceeding with the preparation of an application for a private plan change, despite the advice to their planner, and would seek to challenge the Council's interpretation if that application was rejected. However, given the acknowledged difficulties created by the district plan outcome, and this is through the engagement that the KERS have had, it is hoped that any such application would be accepted if it was required. There are a couple of additional options which are also not preferred but are there, and if neither the plan stop exemption, not exception, or private plan change are ultimately impossible, and having ruled out doing nothing given the urgency of the situation, there remain two further potential options. One is to seek a resource consent for a commercial use of the site. However, given that this would require the KERS to speculate on the best use of the site and would also be an expensive process with perhaps even less chance of success, this option is not preferred. And finally, the making of a claim under currently Section 85, but what it may be under the new legislation is yet to be seen. If that regime for regulatory taking does come about, seeking that Council purchase at 15 Townsend Road as the plan decisions have rendered it no longer capable of reasonable use for which it was zoned or might be likely under a resource consent application. Neither of these options is preferred, as stated, but they do need to be kept on the table if a change to the zoning of the site cannot otherwise be achieved. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Well, firstly, thank you for the deputation, and I'm sorry to hear of your health, Mr. Kerr, that you advised. Just in the process history, July 2025, you're attributing comment to myself. I don't think it's fair that you do so, and it's not accurate. So I certainly recall discussing with you around the Southbrook plan, but I would ask that you strike the rest from there because that's not my understanding of our conversation. So, and around the Southbrook development strategy, or that has not been shelved, so I will follow up with staff where that's at because my understanding is quite different to that. So I'd like that struck from there and a fresh summary provided, please.
Can do.
I will request, if Council is in agreement, that we get a report to us, as is suggested. Whether it concludes what you've asked for or not, I don't know. That'll be up to our staff. But I will ask for a report to come back to us on that. Around the district plan, just remind me, you submitted to the district plan?
Yes.
Yes, and so the independent hearings panel, they declined inclusion, is that correct?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did decline it, but as we've got a copy of it here, that, you know, they did see merit in our application. You know, some issues had to be raised. I had bad advice from my planner who said we shouldn't object to it. You know what I mean? In hindsight, we should have. And he suggested that the way forward for us was through the Southbrook Development Plan, which he told us. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, it's not a pathway we would have gone down. I've never been involved in rezoning or putting in these applications before in my life, so you know what I mean. I was a little how should I say, little green, yeah. So I just took the advice that I was given.
That's fine, and we all take advice, so we take note of that. Around the Southbrook development strategy, we will follow up with that, because we did undertake a number of drop-ins there, and it was to be developed further, so I'll find out where that's got to. But it hasn't been shelved, it's still a priority for me. And I'll check that with the council in due course, but concluding that exercise is important because it's an important part of our district, especially with the all the commercial development that's occurring down there. It's important that we have a strategy for the development of that area, so I don't disagree with the sentiments you raised there. Any questions? Further questions? Councillor McLaren.
Thank you. Do your neighbours share similar views, or have you talked to them about this?
I haven't, but it's quite obvious. You know, they're all concerned by the volume of traffic that is going down Townsend Road and what's happening. You know what I mean? It is, quite frankly, it is unpleasant. You know, the noise volumes, and we just feel like we've been left. There's all this development in the other areas, and we've been left behind. You know, never been consulted really on the rest home going in Townsend Field. You know what I mean? It's affecting all of us. Yeah, it is totally it's not rural residential lifestyle property anymore. The traffic noise wakes you up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and it hums, you know, in the weekend also. Yeah.
Any further questions? So we'll, as I say, we'll request of our staff to bring a report back to us, and we'll traverse the options, and we'll let you know when that's coming to council, and you're welcome to sit in on that. And if there's items in there you'd like to respond to, then I'm happy to give you an opportunity for a further deputation if you wish at that time.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, and I'll provide that updated copy of that summary.
Thank you very much. All right. So we have a road safety deputation from Drusilla. Hello. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Please come forward, Drusilla. So up to 10 minutes there for you. So welcome to our meeting. You're no stranger to us, so I'm sure you're familiar with our process. So please be seated, and I see the microphone's on for you. So we look forward to your up to 10 minutes. If you could leave a bit of room for some questions, would be great.
Yeah. Kia ora. Thank you. Oh, that fine? Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Duty of care. I believe this government is morally bordering on illegal by not considering duty of care by limited consultation, unrealistic timeframes to come up with a workable model to maintain a pool of skilled workers to retain intellectual knowledge. To limit stress placed on elderly and sick residents plus council and regional council workers, the council and regional council merger will affect all residents in New Zealand plus hospitals, rest homes and traffic management. Controls duty of care must be considered. I put forward Infrastructure NZ Plan 22nd of February 2026. 6 unitary authorities, a breakdown to consider with residents' consultation. The more and more I keep thinking about it, now this last fortnight, I went to a seminar, Christchurch NZ, Ministry of Awesome, Canterbury University, looking at legal firms. Then I also went to a seminar on Water NZ on the training of staff, what we're going to put the framework in, and then I also went to a Christchurch City Council stormwater meeting that night. I'm also moving from construction into screen production. I'm also working with a number of community groups. Hornby, I'm looking at setting up a festival over there. Kaipoi I'm looking at. I'm also working with the model railway, the North Canterbury model guys who've lost their building, but we've got to come up with a festival that will work. So it seems like I'm kind of thing, but we're actually at the tail end of, we're actually in, the earthquake put everything back 20 years, and it's not till you go and do things that you realise what we lost. We're actually at 209. So I'm where I was 209 starting in screen production, okay? So that's where I'm at, and but the thing is, with this duty of care, if you actually visualise four buildings, Waimakariri, Huanui, Kaikoura, if you merge it that way, and the infrastructure. Now, 221, I was actually up in Kaikoura working, and with a number of things, we were on the road, and I can't say too much, but we got caught up in a storm. 20 people got hurt. So I love the idea of you going with Huanui. I just have concerns about Kaikoura. And so when you look at it also, just give me an example, I've actually submitted to use the duty of care, but also a 30-year plan. Now, the reason why a 30-year plan is the first 3 years you look at amalgamating the councils. The second, third year, which is in their local election time frame, you might find that you have issues and you might need to go 6 years. But then you look at the regional council. You've got a 500 staff in a 4-storey building, which is probably worth about, I don't know, 40 to 60 million. And then the thing is, while you're doing that, you could actually have a disaster somewhere else. And then also too, you're taking over emergency management. But if it's done right, you could do your merger, and say you decided you're going to go with Huanui and Kaikoura. Then it opens up to tourism and other things that are going to happen. What I'm aiming at and looking at and visualising is the 228, I think, Olympics over in Brisbane, city to city. Your biggest tourist market are Australians, and they'll jump over here. So that's what I'm looking at. But the thing is, you can have AI, you can have everything else, but if you let your skilled workers go, now, if you amalgamate the councils, can you take on the environmental portfolio of the regional council and 250 staff? And what I can see happening is Christchurch taking over transport, 250 staff. I was working in town when they went from Christchurch running the buses to then having to work for the regional council. So this is just an ongoing thing. And then also too, I was listening to a mayor the other day up in Auckland, and he was talking about the Manchester model, about the voting thing. So I think we just have to have diligence of care. My concern is if you're an elderly person living in a council flat, you're changing the landlord. Look at all those people worrying. And then also, if you have a structure like this, I didn't get the idea. All I heard was this guy who was the CEO of the infrastructure, he was on the early morning news, and he said, we need a 30-year plan. He probably meant infrastructure and everything, but then that made me think, and that's why I came up with this. So you actually have a copy of it. Also too, if you actually look, which you did, and how they're proposing, if you don't do anything, what they're proposing, it's unworkable, it's unrealistic, and it's dangerous. We're actually talking about people's lives, people's jobs, people's income. So all I want to do is just let you know my feelings, and that also too, the rail project, which is Te Kaha Railway Club. The reason why I've said Te Kaha Railway Club is because we need to fundraise for a $700,000 railway station near the stadium, and also a $200,000 one for Kaipoi. That will be supply and demand, and the business model that I'm actually working on that is because I was on Dudley Pool, and I know what has to do. So it'll take 2 years for us to get the infrastructure. I've come up with a T-shirt. I'm also working with the Christchurch Cathedral people as well. See, so I've come up with a biscuit for them. So it's kind of a long process. But one idea I have is a festival of sails, which would be an event showing the history of sailing, the Waitangi Tribunal, and pirates and things like that. But it's just getting it all together, and of course I'm working and I'm setting up my business, so it's just ongoing. All right? Sorry.
No, that's
Good enough?
no,
You've got the paperwork anyway.
we always welcome you making submissions in your presence, and I certainly admire your passion and enthusiasm. You tell me also you're very busy with lots of other things, so we're very lucky to have your time, so thank you today.
Yeah, well, the core of this though is my dad, I'm a coal miner's daughter. My dad did the Stillwater mine disaster. My dad did Manapori. And what I'm looking at is us having 2 minefields, two dams, one up the North Island and one outside like Dunedin. How are you going to get your staff from A to B? And then also too, when I went to that seminar the other day, 2 seats from me was the American guy financing Rocket Lab, and then next minute we're talking to NASA, and then next minute they're talking about the U-Wharf on the West Coast, and what do they want? Mineral sand. So how are you going to transport it? We're talking jobs. So the bottom line, once these projects get up and going, the core of it, they're going to need your labourers, your miners, and people. Our people need to be trained.
Thank you. Is there any last question before? Look, thank you, Drusilla, very much. We appreciate that, your time. Thank you. Keep dry out there. Yeah. All right. So item 6, I have no adjourned business. We come to reports. First is 7.1, Pegasus Community Centre. So Grant and Ken, thank you.
So the purpose of this report is to present memorandum of understanding between Council and Pegasus Residents Association for consideration by Council, and also to present the fees and charges for the new Pegasus Community Centre. So I'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor McLaren, followed by Councillor Ward.
Thank you. Very good. Is there any reason why you can't just charge like a round figure hourly rate, like $20 and $40 instead of this $18.15 an hour rate, which would be consistent with other councils around the district?
So the rates for the Pegasus Community Centre have been modelled on Wood End Community Centre because it's the closest in terms of bookable space and or usable space, and it's in line with the fees and charges that were adopted by Council in May, I believe. So that was just based on those rather than, I guess, creating a different fee structure.
Thank you. Councillor Ward.
Thank you for your report. I'm just interested to know, what is the projected budget for operational expenses per annum for this community centre, including like insurance and general operational expenses? Do you have a budget for that?
Yep, so great question. That's something that we're currently working on now with an operational plan, which we'll be presenting back to the PSG for them to have a look at and then bringing to council as part of the LTP as well. So we've got the current operational budget that we utilise for the existing Pegasus Community Centre that we lease. Yes, so that will get us through for the remainder of this financial year, so that we can then actually bring that to council for consideration as part of the LTP.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Powell. Councillor Powell. Yeah.
Wasn't expecting it that early. Right. Any way to have like a tiered charging? You talked about a tiered charging and one of the options, but separate out, say, the wedding price from the commercial price.
So for the commercial price for weddings, we've set that at $625, and that's based on what we charge for weddings at the West End Hall, which is the only other council facility that hosts weddings. So it was based on that, just to keep those fees consistent.
Would you say the facilities and everything are of a similar nature? Like you say, also like you compared the pricing with the Wood End Community Centre. Would you say it is actually relative in terms of the amenities offered?
I think that the new Pegasus Community Centre is significantly superior to West End in terms of a wedding function. So I guess in line with that, it could be considered that perhaps it should be charging more. But I think for the purposes of this report, it was based on comparable figures at West End.
We could certainly bring a report as part of the LTP through, which can compare them and actually have a look at what the wedding market's doing, so that we can establish if there should be a differences in those fees, and if perhaps we are undercharging for weddings there, given the technology and the amenity that's available in the building being almost brand new.
So it would be possible to actually look at it, see where it's actually going at that point. Thank you.
Could you just remind, just before I come to other questions, the process you've gone about establishing these fees and the work with, was there any work with the community board before coming here? Can you just remind us the process you've gone about before this has been set?
So the fees are, the fees and charges go up a nominal amount 1 July each year, and the report gets presented to council in May or June. I believe it's written by Marie Harris. So that process, my understanding is, doesn't go before the community boards, it goes directly to council for approval.
So with any engagement with the board, or no engagement with the board from the sound of that? And was there any, what about with the working group, Shona? So Bruce, you're nodding and Shona's not.
Committee.
No.
Sorry?
With the committee.
So it did go to CNR? So this went to CNR? I wasn't at the last CNR meeting, so I don't recall.
Sorry, my understanding is that Marie Harris's report went to council for...
So it was contained in the report?
And it was for the fees and charges for all council facilities.
I was just checking because there's a bit of questions about the where the fees landed, so I was just checking how that was socialised before it was settled.
No.
So no, it hasn't been to the PSG or to CNR previously.
Right.
I think another community centre.
So the fees and charges, as has been mentioned, went through the annual plan process, so they were contained in there as has been mentioned. So there wasn't specific engagement with either of the PSG or the community boards. That's correct. Yeah, I'm just clarifying because there was a number of questions coming up, and I was just clearing where how those charges were set in the process we went through. I'm not criticising it. I'm just being clear about where.
It's followed what the annual plan was to just retain consistency with the fees. But yes, there hasn't been an individual presentation to the steering group.
It's fine, thank you. Councillor Meetings. Sorry, pardon me, councillor Kearns then, Mealings.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Ken and Grant. Councillor Powell's mainly covered most of my questions. So what is actually West Ayrton charging for weddings per day? What are we charging out of West Ayrton Hall?
So West Ayrton is charging $625 for the day, and plus I think there's a $500 bond that they hold.
So should that be included also in the charges there, that there is a bond, or it doesn't need to be included?
The bond would be included.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're going to bring a report back which will cover all of the other wedding venues in the district as well, which charge between $2,000 and $6,000 per day. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
that's lovely. Thank you.
We can do that.
Thank you. Councillor Mealings.
Thank you. All this time, it's great to see this facility coming online, so this is a good move in the right direction. Just kind of a random question, but I noticed in the MOU that under the things that the PRGI need to comply with, it says that they can maintain a community book exchange, noting reduced space provision. I'm just a bit curious about that. So we've got a brand new, bigger facility. What is the thinking behind that?
So in the current facility, there was a larger space where they've had their book exchange. So the new facility is focusing more on usable space with the rooms. So there is provision for them to have their book exchange or book nook, as they're calling it, but it's less. There's less space available, and that's been discussed with the project group and also the Residents Association themselves. So they just have to. It's going to be scaled down slightly.
So is it just using the space more flexibly and not having things that just live there? For instance, if you've got a wedding there or something, that there's a pile of old books in the corner, or right? Okay, yeah, no, I just wanted to know. Thank you.
Councillor Ward.
Thank you. Having done so many weddings in my life, I just would like, the community centre is very special and it's new and it's exciting. I want you to just be aware.
Question,
my
please.
question is, have you thought that if you put aside this whole community centre for $625 for a whole day, the impact on the rest of the community using that facility, whereas normally if you pay for a fee for a wedding, like at Monavale, we would have a wedding booked from 9 to 1, and then 1 till midnight we'd have 2 in a day. But this is a community centre, so have you thought about the rest of the community being locked out for a whole day for $625?
I think it's per hour, isn't it? It's not $625 for a full day. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
So actually, what's an average booking for a wedding? Time? What?
A time, rather?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just thinking, what's the length of? Is it 4 hours, or is they book it for a whole day?
It'd be booked for a whole day because you've got your setup.
I'm not. No, it's not prep for my own. I'm just interested to know what the limit. What is it? Is it reserved for an entire day?
It'll be a whole day.
And what do we classify as a whole day?
Well, I'd expect from anything from 9 o'clock through, and for functions they have to finish at 11. That's part of the resource consent for the facility.
So what's the booking time? So if we're saying a full day, is there a maximum amount that we would charge for a full day?
Well, that is the full day. $625 is the day rate.
But that's $625 per hour, isn't it?
No.
Oh, that's the full day.
For the full day.
Oh, right, full day rate. Pardon me. It's just the way it is here on the schedule. It looks like it's per hour on that box. So I didn't realise it was a cumulative amount for that. So pardon me. Yeah, so $625 for a full day is the amount that's charged.
Correct.
Okay. Right. That's Councillor Ward. Fulton. Councillor Fulton. Did you have a further question, Councillor Ward?
Could I ask you to reconsider, please? I think it's ridiculous what you are offering. I'd like you to reconsider. Could I ask you to reconsider?
Maybe that's something when would you be undertaking a review of fees and charges ordinarily?
We would normally prepare that for the LTP, so we're already looking at that for the upcoming one for 2027. So we can absolutely bring a report through to council to have a look specifically at wedding and commercial fees as part of that.
So the community centre is scheduled to open,
Towards the end of October.
right?
Yep.
Okay. So those fees and charges, the review of that will be in time for the LTP, and that'll look across all our venues. So this would be included there. Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure West Ayrton Hall would have you at some stage, but can I ask actually comparability of charges? And it did come up in the questions. A new publicly owned and service facility like Pegasus versus West Ayrton Hall, obviously considerably older. It's maintained by a volunteer committee. The whole premise was old versus new facilities. Should the charges reflect that, and how should they reflect not just the management differences, but also the newness or oldness of the facility?
I think that's a very fair question, and we can include that within a report and actually look at those details as well, because yes, you're comparing a 50, 60-year-old building with a building that's just about to be completed. Obviously very different building standards that we have nowadays, and a different amenity that's naturally going to be there.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also, just I suppose the business proposition here. I mean, I'll just give the West Ayrton. I know it so well. It's booked from October to April or whatever for weddings. Has there been an assessment of what the effect of this would be, now having two wedding service venues like that?
No, and that's probably something that we would want to, well, I say probably, that's something that we'd want to check with the data once the building was in operation, so we could actually see what that might look like. We're not sure if it would be the same market that would target a venue like West Ayrton versus a venue like Pegasus, because they are two quite distinct environments and offering quite different I guess situations for the people who are having the wedding as well. But that's absolutely something that we plan to review and have a look into.
Further questions? Perhaps, sorry, Councillor Goldsworthy, pardon me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And possibly a question more directed at yourself. Would it be worthwhile, considering the questions asked at this, that we look at doing a review before approving the fees and charges and potentially discuss this at next meeting?
Well, what I was going to suggest is we added an F, request staff to undertake a full review of fees and community facilities fees and charges as part of the LTP. And the reason I suggest the LTP is that if we're going to make changes to that, we need to give the opportunity for consultation to be undertaken. So the timing of October through till isn't great in the scheme of it. And I just think it's probably more expedient to have as part of the LTP. But look, I'm happy to test that, or that can be tested as part of a members are willing. You can bring that forward earlier if you wish, but it's around resourcing for staff and timing as well. That's the bit that I'm probably concerned about, and it does take quite a bit of time to undertake that work. So just think about that as we come to it. Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's just raised another question with me in terms of how far in advance can people book the venue, and then when do the fees apply? Does, if the fees are changed next year, if a booking's made this year for
That's a good point.
11 months, what fee would they be charged?
Yeah, so once the booking system once the fees are confirmed and the booking system goes live, users can book 18 months out. But noting that 1 July each year, the fees go up by a nominal amount. So if you booked in the first half of the year, the second half of the year, there's going to be a slight increase. So all users are aware of that, and if it's a regular user, their monthly invoices are adjusted accordingly.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, supplementary question. So would there be a chance to put an addendum for weddings that it remove the word nominal, perhaps, increase?
Maybe could it have a note in there that these fees and charges are being reviewed, and that it's so that they're all aware, and perhaps in that booking it says that there may be an increase from 1st of July next year. So that would perhaps cover that point that you're raising, so that the nominal increase, yes, but if it's a substantial increase, we're not ruling ourselves out from implementing that. Can that be considered?
Absolutely, as part of that review, yes.
I think we'll see where the debate goes, but if that is the view, then I think that's possibly reasonable to put there, and that gives effect to what you were saying, Councillor Powell. I have Councillor Cairns, then followed by Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Would it be appropriate that we ask that we change the fees now, say the hourly fee to be $200 for a wedding, and then say $1,000 for a full day? Would that be more appropriate to do that now as opposed to, and then because potentially in a year's time after the LTP, the prices could be substantially more than that. But I also think that, would you agree that West Ayrton fee at $625, charging the same, they're not the same, so we should actually be charging a premium right from the start. Would you agree with that?
We're happy to take whatever decision you do make, and if you decide to increase that way, we will follow suit.
Well, it's obviously a decision for council, but we take advice of our staff, of course. Councillor Ward?
Have you considered that with a public facility like this, that before a wedding, it would have to be, the toilets and everything would have to be cleaned. And then after a wedding, which goes on for 8 or 9 hours, then it would have to be completely cleaned and everything done again, how much that would cost. Look, you'd be looking at potentially, you know, there's all sorts of stuff like toilet paper and cleaning and everything. You just don't know half of it that has to be covered. And I really think you need to think seriously. People expect, with a lovely venue like that, when they go there, to pay at least $2,000 or $3,000 for the privilege of being there.
All right, we're debating now. So do you have any comments there? Look, and Grant, is this essential that this is signed off today, noting that there's a range of questions being raised here, that perhaps over the next month, staff might want to just further reflect on that and then come back?
I think that that's absolutely a fair question, and would be a good process to undertake, because I think we can also then take that through the PSG as well as part of that process.
I think that would be wise, because I think the council's probably not, I'm sensing in a sense to probably approve this completely today, and it'd be better to come back with some further reflection on that. So can we just, if there's any disagreement, I'll move that we lay this on the table and to come back to the next, if it can be to the next council meeting, just with a further review. And it might be wise to have a conversation with the likes of Councillor Ward, that does have a lot of experience in this space as well, about what might be realistic. But before I put that, do you have a further question, Councillor Goldsworthy?
Just one question.
Sure.
Thank you for your indulgence.
Right.
Is the MOU and the fees and charges, are they desperately intertwined, or will we perhaps make the MOU and then further discuss the fees and charges? Or would that complicate the conversations with?
I think just to comment on just taking out the wedding fees, the other fees that we're proposing just for the use of the other rooms, there is, I guess, some degree of urgency on confirming that, because we want to get our online booking systems up and running as soon as we can, because there's already, the groups can book 18 months in advance, and there's always anticipated use of this building. So I'm just wondering whether it would be possible to consider confirmation of the individual space fees and charges, the room fees and charges, and further consideration for the cost for a wedding.
I just wonder if a month is not going to make a lot of difference in the scheme of it. We're talking, it would be better to consider it as a holistic amount, the whole as one piece rather than piecemeal. So unless there's a view otherwise, I'm just going to move.
Well, good.
Yes.
We've talked a lot about fees, but I think levels of service is actually a phrase we haven't touched on here, because if you pay higher fees, you expect
Expectations
comparable
higher.
levels of service, and that's perhaps where the West Eton market, for instance, has sat in the past. People don't have the same expectations; they pay lower fees. But so if we can just include that in there, because I think that's we always talk about levels of service. I think that's particularly pertinent.
So I think I'm going to move that we lay it on the table. And look, if there's an interim position staff want to come back to in the interim while you're settling what wedding fees is, if you haven't had enough time to get to that, and the level of service, then by all means bring that back to our next meeting. But I think holistically would be my preferred way, because otherwise we're debating individual fees without looking at a whole consideration. So I'm going to move that we lay it on the table to come back to second to Councillor Cairns. It's procedural, so I put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thanks, team. And obviously the chair of the PSG would be very important to have involved in that, or maybe even bringing the PSG together for a conversation about it might be sensible as well.
We discussed it at length last time. That's already.
Right, and you agreed on the fees?
No, we didn't know the fees at this stage, but we were.
That's right. Yep. Okay, so I think it should come back to the PSG as well. All right. Thank you. 7.2, the adoption of the parking and traffic bylaw. Thanks. Is Gina joining you, Sylvia?
Sorry, I had asked if I could present the bylaw programme update.
Oh, I'm sorry, you did too, yes.
Thank you.
So 7.5 first.
I will take the report as read. It is the intention to provide a bylaw programme update twice a year, as we have a number of bylaw reviews and developments underway. So it's good practice to keep council informed of where we're at, and we have a couple of feasibility studies also underway. This report also is an opportunity to highlight to the council prior to the parking and traffic bylaw report being heard that there is new legislative requirements through the Regulatory Standards Act, and that requires councils to prepare a consistency accountability statement alongside the bylaw. This is something that's new for us. That was introduced from 1 July, so we're probably one of the first councils to go through this process. I just noted an amendment to the recommendations. In recommendation B, I have written consistency assessment statement. It should be consistency accountability statement. Other than that, I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Questions of colleagues. Councillor Fulton, then followed by Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm interested for your view on the extent to which a parking offence turns into an overstaying.
Are we talking about the
parking bylaw?
We're talking. Sorry, just
giving an example.
This is the bylaw program update.
Yes.
So, are we talking about that or the specific parking one? Because we're going to come back to that one after we've dealt.
As ever, I'll hold. Thank you.
No, well, I was just checking.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, Councillor Ken, talking of questions for 7.5.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. In terms of the Freedom Camping Bylaw feasibility assessment, have you considered questioning NZMCA because in terms of their friendliness of towns, they take into account any bylaws. Have you taken or spoken to them, NZMCA? New Zealand Motorhome Association?
Directly at this stage, but we'll do that before we come to council with the review.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And just in 10, which is, 9, just trying to get my Roman numerals right, actually. No, it's 6. Been a wee while. The new public spaces bylaw, is that the one that we were discussing earlier in the year in response to issues in our town centres as well as other matters? Is that what that's?
And that is the work that Gina has been working with council. I believe there's been a couple of workshops on that, yes.
Yeah, so I just was checking that was the bylaw.
Yes,
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, so there's a series of recommendations. Is someone prepared to move? I'll move it from the chair. Oh, Councillor McLaren moves it. Seconded. I'll second it. Do you wish to speak?
No, thank you for bringing these to us. It is very helpful to see just where those bylaws are standing, and thank you for also noting the consistency statements required by the Regulatory Standards Act, and that once again Waimakariri District Council leads the country. Thank you.
Thank you. And just in seconding it, I support the work that's there. I just want to note the quality of advice that we are getting coming through is much better than we've had in the past on some of these matters, including the enforceability and appropriateness of a bylaw. That lens, I don't think, has always been there, and I feel a bit disappointed personally about that when it comes to matters that we're considering of this importance. So making sure that we have good advice and that is passed through to the council is really important. So I just say that because there are, obviously as it comes to review of some of those, we've got to make sure that what is put in place actually does stack from a legal perspective and isn't inconsistent with other acts of legislation. It would be helpful that that had been passed on in the past, which it hasn't always been. So I am pleased with the rigour that's going through to make sure what we have in place stacks up from a legal perspective and that we're not inconsistent in what we're applying. So on that basis, I'm very happy to support what's there. Any further speakers? Right, I'll do you want to write a reply, Councillor Kerr? I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thanks, Sylvia. Next is the 7.2 now. We can come to your question in a minute, Councillor Fulton.
Things been covered.
Oh, there's more than one staff member, right? Okay. Good. Also, it's good to welcome one of our newest citizens here. So, Philip and I had the pleasure of making you a new citizen a few weeks ago. So it's good to see you. I think you still can. Well, that wasn't the reason for why I said that. But anyway, another matter. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this report presents the hearing panel's recommendations to adopt parking and traffic bylaw 2026. Following council workshops last year, public consultation this year, the hearing process, the panel considerations of all of the submissions we received and recommendations, and they've recommended to adopt the bylaw with a small number of targeted changes. An independent legal review has confirmed there is an appropriate statutory basis for the bylaw and it's appropriate and legally sound. We are happy to take any questions you may have outside of this.
Councillor Fulton, do you
have
a question?
I've had time to consider my thoughts now. Right. Just the intersection of this bylaw with the, particularly, not just with freedom camping, but the point at which, and I say at a public park reserve, I'll give you Pearson Park in Oxford as an example, that reserve is actually a road and people park right next to that Dorman's Road that goes round the oval. And so it's one particular instance, but when does a public space, a road and the parking become an issue with overnight camping and overstaying? You know, if people are in the public park, then they're actually also staying and camping there. You know, what bylaw deals with this one?
So is there a specific area that you're thinking of?
The Pearson Park, there's the oval, it's the oval, which is a public road surrounded, it's called Dorman's Road, it actually goes around the oval. I know it's very specific, but
no, that's fine.
and there's parking, overstaying parking actually in that reserve. So is it a reserve issue? Is it a freedom camping issue? I'd be keen for the advice at some point as to how we treat this.
Yeah, it depends what it is actually classified as. However, in relation to the parking bylaw, council-controlled land, I'm guessing there's no restrictions on time at the moment?
I don't believe there are. I think our Green Space team have sort of cajoled people
Yeah.
to move on.
Yeah. So what would happen is, obviously they need to look into the issues that are occurring, and they do have the ability under this bylaw to come back to council, raise this issue, and then apply a overnight parking ban if it's overnight that's the issue. Otherwise, possibly, you know, time limits on parking depending on what's appropriate. But that's just as long as it's not classified under reserve, because that would work slightly differently. So it is something that can be looked at outside of this, but it could, yeah, possibly tackle it.
I've got Councillor Powell, then Kearns.
Thanks, it's really good and very good to see the the note put in around the that caravans and boats are trailers, because that was one of my concerns earlier on, that it was a bit confusing. But my question is around verges, around which is number 6 in the draft bylaw, no parking on certain parts of the road. So verges, it splits it out into, it has an overall thing, and then it splits it out into urban and to rural. Are there any other types of verges other than urban or rural, or do they all fit in either one?
By definition, we have split the district into urban and rural. Okay. So that should cover everything across the district, yes.
My question would be then, is B, which is on verges, which is 6.1B, on verges if it causes any damage to the verge, council infrastructure, or poses a safety hazard needed. Because you've got C, which talks about on verges in urban areas, can't do it unless expressly permitted by the council, and D is on verges in rural areas. It says if the parking causes damage to the verge, council assets, or poses a safety hazard, which also raises another question around, in C it talks about council infrastructure, in B it talks about council infrastructure, and D it talks about council assets. So you've got I'm just not sure if B is actually needed. With my reasoning that people read the first one like B and don't read any further.
So sorry, can you just, what was your question around?
Is B, 6.1B, actually needed? Because it's covered in C and D, and my concern is that when people are reading something like this, they get as far as B and go, oh, well, as long as I'm not causing any damage to the verge, council infrastructure, or posing a safety hazard, it's okay. Don't actually read down.
I'll give a slight interpretation. This is not going to quite answer the question, but give a bit of context while we probably work out how to approach this. So I believe B, we've inherited from the existing bylaw, and that sets a more overarching approach to the fundamental concerns that might apply anywhere, regardless of location. So those would apply independent of, in the existing bylaw, if you are next to a landscape verge or not, if you're causing a safety hazard or damaging the berm, the verge, then it's not appropriate to stop there. Appreciate in this instance, though, it is now repeated pretty closely between B and D. I guess we probably need to work out if that is too repetitive or not.
It's just my concern is that people read B and go, oh, well, as long as I'm not doing that, it's okay, and stop reading there. So particularly like in an urban area where parking is expressly.
Maybe just jump in here.
I was going to say, yeah, implement.
Yeah. I mean, this is the bylaw document that was on the council website. A key part of implementing our bylaws is then how we make it relatable for the public. So that looks at the kind of information that we make available, how we make it interpretable for people. So I think that's a good point that you've highlighted, and something that we'll pick up in part of implementation.
Further question, Mr. Mayor. In E, in the same section, does that refer to footpaths?
I believe footpaths is already covered in the road user rule separately, so we ended up pulling that out for duplication purposes.
Yeah, could perhaps an a note actually be put under that one, because it's, rather wordy and not particularly clear that it relates to footpaths.
I guess we could. From recollection, I think we were getting some legal advice, and correct me if I'm wrong, that to avoid duplication with the road user rule. And so I think that's why we ended up pulling out references to footpath. Is that
correct?
Yeah. So we could certainly put an explanatory note.
I just, when I looked in the submissions and the answers that you had back to those, some people had raised around parking on footpaths, and it was referred back to the section.
Yeah, and certainly appreciate we're not in a position to override the road user rule. The road user rule being obviously national legislation. So this is complementing and clarifying. So there are multiple provisions in the road user rule that would take supremacy.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, another question.
Sure.
I can read this.
You don't have to apologise, this is our job, so.
In 31 about exempted vehicles, one of the exemptions is for a vehicle that is actively undertaking authorised public works or utility services to the extent necessary to carry out those works or services. Would that, say as an example, mean that a contractor working in a reserve would be able to park in a designated mobility park, which might be needed by somebody with a...
No, so the parking bylaw doesn't override any national legislation, so they wouldn't be able to park in the mobility park at all.
Okie dokie, that accounts as that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Cairns, I see you were chairing the panel. I'll give you a little bit of lenience if you want to give any broader explanation of measures that the committee considered, perhaps even in developing the explanatory notes I see that have been added in there, might help with their understanding here today.
It's interesting, during the hearing, multiple of your points were actually covered in terms of, particularly with regard to use of mobility parks by service vehicles. So we did discuss that, but also particularly with regard to section 6. Can you just clarify, in terms of parking causing damage, can you just clarify for the group who causes the damage? So if you turn up with, say, my little leaf, it's not going to cause any damage, but there's previous damage caused by other users. Am I still allowed to park there because my little leaf is not going to cause the damage?
Would you want to add to the damage, Mr. Barnes? Come on then, sorry, I can hear Luke behind me, he's going to tell you off front. Apologies.
It's just that I know that law or bylaws are grey. There's no black and white, and I just wanted to establish for the committee or for the group that where your reasoning would be in terms of causing damage. And the reason I asked this question is that we have in Coldstream Road, the AMP showgrounds and that sort of stuff, people park alongside there, potentially causing damage because there's an overflow from the main power stadium, and also along Kendall Park, along Island Road where soccer is being played. They park all along the road there. Outside schools, Clarkville School, again, parents are parking along there. So where does the damage, where does the word causing damage fit into this?
So first of all, the offence will be confirmed and as in committed when the vehicle is parked over the, let's just say grassberm area. Causing damage is extent of that offence. So causing damage itself is not an offence by itself. You've already committed the offence. The problem is, are you continually doing so to cause additional damage to the berm? So when you're parked on the berm in the urban area, you're probably already committing the bylaw offense.
Okay.
Yeah, so there will be further investigation in this occasion where we see the extent of damage just building up. At this stage, we're approaching with the bylaw offenses with the warning first, public education first, because not everybody knows the bylaw, and we have to educate the public where necessary. So we'll approach from the educational perspective. If they ignore our education, then we'll start enforcing infringements and so on. If they continually ignore and build up additional damage to the berm, then that is, I believe there are additional processes we're putting in place to prevent that happening, or follow up with the extent of damage.
Right. Just one final question. In terms of verges, what if the verge is actually privately owned? Does this bylaw still apply to, and how does one know if it's private land or public land, if it's a verge? Because I'm thinking of a particular urban area, it's a commercial urban area that people park on the verge, and I believe it's potentially private land, but it might be public land as well.
If it's privately owned land, then we don't access that.
Thank you, Simon.
Let's clarify, what are we trying to fix here? Because that's the point I'm trying to understand, where we've got verges where I understand where damage may occur. And interesting where the hearing panel got to in its consideration. But we've got a lot of people that use verges around Kendall Park, and as you observed, we don't want to find that we're in a situation where unnecessarily we're upsetting a whole range of our communities. If it's wet and it's creating a whole lot of problems, that's another matter. But is there common sense that comes into play with this? And I just wonder if that was adequately considered, the impact of this by the panel. If not, whether the panel might want to further consider that. Just asking that here because it's probably a thing I'm wrestling with myself sitting here around. We're living in a very popular district where we get a lot of people wanting to be out playing sport. We have an inadequate parking, we do. And that's the point here. And if that wasn't adequately considered, would it be something the panel may want to further reflect on before we agree on this?
If I may respond, Mr. Mayor, in regards to this was spoken a great deal about during the hearing, and effectively the explanatory note probably covers it, and that you can, in rural areas, you can actually park on the verge as of a right. Is that how I understand it? And so that's where that's where most of the issues are, is in those rural areas, like sort of Island Road, and those sort of things. So yes, the staff directed us that the explanatory note was enough to say that yes, you could actually park in those areas so long as it wasn't causing any damage.
So just being clear in Luke's interpretation, because you're going to be enforcing it, what would you consider damage to be? And you're talking about warning systems being put in place. And how active are we going to be in the enforcement of this?
I'll just answer a couple of your points before I pass over to Luke. So in relation to enforcement, the hearing panel considered many of these issues around verges and parking. Our intent is not to penalise people, it's just to protect our assets. So we have no intention of going out looking for people who have parked on the verge and caused damage. We actually want the public to come to us where there are issues so that we can address them adequately. And the decision that we have here today is more around the adoption of the bylaw rather than the operational implementation of parts of it.
Yes.
Enforcement perspective, as an example, sports ground, next to sports ground, we do have a lot of grassed area where people tend to park if there are events happening. Our response would be quite reactive. We would wait for the public whether they have issues or not. And then it does build up over time, and we get to find out, unfortunately, a bit later than when it's actually happening. But then it does build up for our next time, and we will, if we need to, we will do monitoring when it's required. For the damage itself, we would assess the initial damage, but we'd rather, for the damage of our asset, we'd rather consult roading unit for proper assessment. We would focus on the parking offense only at the time. If they're parked over the berm and they have no previous record of committing that offense, we would give them a warning as an education. We would follow them up if they come back with the inquiry. We do have quite a bit of those records in the past as well. And quite successfully, we had some pleasant responses from the public as well. So the damage itself, usually we can tell over the time because we generally know our district and we know just about how they used to look, and the concerns will be building up, and we would work closely with the roading unit to make sure that the extent of damage is significant.
No disrespect to Eugenia, but you said the operational interpretation. Well, actually, it very much does fall on this council to determine those things, because how it's being interpreted is important. And I don't want to design a clause by committee here, because that's not our job. I am very much inclined to send this back to the hearing panel to further consider based on that. My concern is very much that the explanatory note almost should be up under 6 right at the start, and that we're starting to look at the that it's wording like you said before, that it's enforcement at last and on complaint, rather than actively out there seeking it. So unless I hear otherwise here, I'm seeing a bit of concern around the table, just sensing that it might be worth just some further work being done on this cause, because that's the bit that's going to come to us later on. Simon, did you want to add something?
No, look, I think we're hearing the message pretty clearly about the concern about operational implementing. I use that word. Implementing this bylaw around this particular cause. I think the intent, of course, is not to proactively enforce or create problems. I think it's there to protect the environment should we need to protect it. I think what, from a bylaw perspective, we would say is having the tool in there enables us, in the worst case scenario, to do something if we need to do it. It doesn't necessarily mean that we would proactively implement that or go over the top in terms of the enforcement. But I do appreciate the comment about it's how you implement that actually makes a difference on the ground. And so if you'd like us to, we could go away and have a think about that. I'm not sure, and the question for the team would be, does that necessarily change the bylaw, or is that an operational thing we should bring back as a...
I think it comes in the wording, Simon, and then how it's then, and look, I appreciate operationalising it is one matter, but it's actually linked. I appreciate the intent of what's there, but when you read it plainly, as Councillor Powell was before, and I read it plainly, I can see how you'd come to that conclusion. It's perhaps just softening that slightly and considering that wording a bit more, and rather than us do that here by committee, it might be just wise for the panel to convene with staff and just work on that and bring it back. It's a case of a month, versus a whole lot of complaints that'll start coming to us. I don't, unless, is there a view differently to the table? Why don't we just
Sorry,
defer-
can I just ask a clarification? So is it around the wording of 6.1 that everyone's
Yes.
uncomfortable with? Yeah.
Yes.
What,
Well, so Gina, I'm not going to get into that now.
Oh,
I'm just going to say that I think that there is intent around the table here. We perhaps would like that looked at, and maybe the explanatory note gets moved up and is and saying exactly that Luke says, that it's a last resort, not a last resort, on complaint, and then perhaps just have a look at those terms just to see how they are. I would like to leave that to the committee to consider, rather than getting into it now. Is there a view differently?
No, I have another question.
Well, is it yes, quick, otherwise I'm going to move it, we lay it on the table, otherwise, and it can be addressed next month.
No, I was going to ask a question that may be something they could consider when they're looking at the
Sure.
letter.
Oh, sorry, I had council, in that case,
sorry.
Councillor Barshall first. I was going to lay it on the table and I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, my question's largely been answered, but it was to do, or the other part of it was to do with the existing damage, like around Cokeville School is a good example. Residents have been parking there for 25 years on the grass verge, and there's been no work done on tidying it up and leveling it. So now you've got holes and ruts this deep, a lot of four-wheel drives, it's muddy this time of the year. It's so very, sort of, first of all, if you're going to charge people for damaging the verge, it's going to have to be fixed. And so it sort of opens a whole can of worms on all those areas around the district are going to need attention. So I'm not quite certain how that can be addressed, but that's obviously something
that, well, something as a panel, because you're part of the panel, is that right, Councillor Barshall?
Yes, I was part of the panel, and it was a concern, and it was brought up, and I did talk about it at the time. But it is an ongoing issue district-wide on how we address this, and your concerns are very valid. The last thing we want to do with a shortage of parking in these areas is upset the public.
So you can further.
I'm happy to work further
on that. And Councillor Redmond.
Thank you. Yes, I was going to ask about clause 11.2, I think it was. Is it correct that an unoccupied motorhome cannot be parked on a road for more than 5 days?
That's correct. So that's primary legislation that we've brought through.
But I could park a van on the road indefinitely.
Theoretically, yes, I believe so, if there's no parking limits, but vehicles for people to live and stay in that are classified under a caravan do have the 5-day limit.
A caravan you've defined as a trailer. The point I'm asking is, and I referred to an unoccupied motorhome, I suspect your intention may have been that people can't live in a motorhome and park up on the street for more than 5 days. What was the purpose of bringing motorhomes in and defining them as a trailer?
So motorhomes have always been in the bylaw. Previously, I believe it was 7 days, and legislation has brought it down to 5 days. The panel discussed the, because a motorhome and a caravan, which under national legislation is technically a trailer, a caravan is 5 days, however a motorhome doesn't have any. So to bring them in line, we brought them to have the same limitation of the 5 days. So a trailer, which is technically a caravan, and a motorhome, whether they are occupied or not, are not stored on the roadside using public space for that private storage of the motorhome, for example.
The Land Transport Road User Regulations don't define a motorhome as a trailer, of course. You're doing that in the bylaw. Were you intending to capture occupied and unoccupied motorhomes?
Perhaps something just want to further reflect on in that discussion with the panel.
I was going to say, I feel like it crosses over into that overstaying. So the original bylaw didn't separate between motorhome, caravan, buses, trailers, etc. However, we've obviously brought through the primary legislation and used that as our basis. I don't believe there is any rules around the being occupied and not occupied. And again, I wonder if this comes back to the holistic discussions around possibly freedom camping, that occupied, whereas this is more around parking than freedom camping, if that makes sense.
If that's the case, what's the difference between a van and a motorhome?
I think we can come back with clarification on whether we intended to include non-occupied vehicles that were parking on the road for more than 5 days, just like a vehicle. I mean, you can park a vehicle indefinitely, really. So it was the intention to get both, and I think we don't need an answer, we just bring it back.
Just bring it back when if you could further consider that, would be helpful.
Yeah, I can clarify that for you. There is no mention of occupied or unoccupied. It's only about the vehicle. So if the vehicle stays there for over 5 days, that's basically what we're explaining here. That is committing an offense by the time. So the difference between vans and the motorhomes, especially those vans, converted vans these days have, a lot of those converted vans have like sleeping, like bed in the back and things like that. Used to be in general covered before because they had sleeping quarters in the back. However, the rules have changed with that self-containment, so we have to follow with that. When we do the vehicle check, the vehicle description in NZTA record specifies if it's let's say house bus, motorhome, camper van, caravan, things like that. We have to go with that definition. So if it says van, then we have to consider it as van. These days, just by having a bed in the back and a portable toilet thing won't make it self-contained, so they won't be classified as, what do you say, camper van anymore. So they'll be just a van, and we have to go with that.
Sorry, you may have misunderstood my reference to van. It was a commercial vehicle, a commercial van compared with the motorhome.
Just vans.
But Jeff has summed up my point, so if you're able to look at that.
Okay, because we are, Councillor Mealings, because I really would like us to move on in a minute. Yep.
Not splitting hairs, but just to that point, you were just talking about a van with a bed and a toilet is just a van, but your definition of motorhome says any vehicle designed or converted to be used for human habitation, whether self-contained or not, and includes a bus, camper van, or house truck. So you just blurred the lines for me there whenever you talked about a van, because I thought you've got your definition there. So I don't, just maybe add that to something to look at, because that where I was not confused, I am now. So
thank you. We'll note that and bring that back to the report.
Thank you.
Any other points that members would like considered as part of this is that we send the hearing panel to just have another look at that?
One came up recently that was a trailer, but it was coupled to a vehicle. Just clarification, if it's not coupled to a vehicle, then 5 days applies, but as soon as it's coupled to a vehicle, then it doesn't apply. So I'd like some consideration about that as well, because they still stay and still cause an issue, but because they're coupled to a vehicle, it doesn't apply.
We often do see vehicles with advertising on them being parked up for periods of time around the place as well. That there's a CD shop and other things from time to time. So are they captured by this as well? The other bits probably just need to be considered further. All right. And just for clarity, 6 is about making sure that the spirit is there, but it's the intent behind it. What are we trying to fix here? It's on complaint, rather than stopping people from parking around reserves and things where we've got high numbers of I just think of Kendall Park. We had a national competition there recently. There were cars for Africa, and it was wet. Would we then be stopping them from being there? That's the bit. We will have a lot of complaints come to us if we haven't adequately considered these. So that's what I would like, for clarity, that's what I would like further considered by the panel, and I think that picks up the points of Councillor Powell as well, and others. Is there a consensus there that we send that back? So I just move that we lay out, someone can move that we lay it on the table, Councillor Cairns, seconded by Councillor Bartle, and it's sent back to the hearing panel to work with staff to further consider. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. All right, we might have a quarter of an hour break now for morning tea, so if we come back here at 10:02. Because we got everyone here? Who isn't here? Well, I did wonder, Councillor McLaren. That's enough. Sorry, Wendy. I said 10 to, so let's give it a couple of minutes. Well, I understand Wendy has something new that's fluffy. It's been added to her household, someone was telling me last night. Thomas.
Thomas is waiting.
Thomas was delivered by the daughter the other day.
Yes. Was it going to?
No, Thomas isn't a dog.
Thomas is a fluffy pussycat. Thomas is a dog.
We're not live yet, are we? No. I'll bring forward item 10 under correspondence in 10.1. I don't think there's staff here to speak to that, but I can speak to it briefly because I went down to Fernside School for a presentation from them. They'd written to me with some concerns they had, particularly they've taken on the Ashley Rakahuri River, and as a lot of our schools and particularly early learning centres have actually, and are very keen for action around the environment that's there, especially around ryebills and other sorts of very good learning that they've undertaken. So when they wrote to me, I said, and that they had a petition, I went back to them and said I'd be happy to come in and meet them and receive it. So I did go out to Fernside School. I wasn't expecting the presentation I received there. It was a very professional presentation. Each of the students came and spoke to the point of that they had learned and wanted me to understand the bits that were important to them. And they'd had the Ashley Rakahuri River Care Group out as well. So they decided from that they would, they had a petition and they wanted it presented to the council. I did offer the students if they wanted to come and speak to it, but the logistics of getting students down here isn't easy for schools, so I appreciate that. So I said I would present it here. What I'm proposing in the recommendation is that we receive A, and B, request a report from staff to come back with a consideration of the petition and what options there might be. So I just wanted to really acknowledge the students of Fernside School. and just the level of interest that they've taken and the great research that they'd also undertaken in the presentation of this. Also, it was then open to me for questions. It was worse than dealing with the media. No disrespect, no, please don't say that. It was, no, they were very informed about local issues and asked me a lot of very searching questions. When I do go to schools, I am asked a lot about my cat and other pets, so that was some of the questions I was certainly asked. But them undertaking an interest in civics and those sort of things is really important. So I'd really like us today in the reception of the petition to then get it considered and then come back to us with what further options there might be and what the answers are that we may have to the points that they've raised or further steps. And in that to invite, when we do receive that report back, to invite the students to come and hear our consideration of that. I think that would be part of the journey for them if colleagues are open to that. I'm happy to answer any questions if you want. Councillor Ward, then Redmond.
Thank you. The kid's great. Are these children aware that there's a volunteer group who have, there's about 40 of them in the Ashley River who trap weasels and rats and mice, but also trap cats live and take them to the vets to see whether they're feral or not. And I found that very interesting one day when I was walking by. And
yes, they are, Councillor Ward, and
the birds are coming back.
They had Mr. Nick Ledyard, I think, come down and speak to them, so they're aware of that. But they want more done, and I understand their aspirations there. It wouldn't be the only, and in fact, Ashley Rakahuri Group have certainly asked for other things over the last number of years, and we do work closely in partnership with them. So, Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. They're asking for a seasonal bylaw. Could you just confirm whose jurisdiction is the riverbed and whether we have authority to make a bylaw over the riverbed or whether that's ECAM currently?
Well, I'd say it's Environment Canterbury, but it's why a report needs to come back with what options there might be to give effect to the points that they've raised.
If we wait, it could become a unitary net.
Well, there we are. All right, any other questions? So there's a suggestion is A is and then B requests the report to come back. You've had Councillor Tarrant.
Thanks. Bye.
Oh, that's good. Councillor Doody. You're alive, Councillor Doody. You're not any longer. Moved, seconded by Councillor Ward. Do you wish to speak?
Oh, just briefly, I was going to suggest writing a letter back to them, but I think the recommendation is put as a better one, or maybe you could do both. And I was really impressed by the research that had been undertaken, the depth of thinking that had been put into the individual views and submissions. I read all of them and I was really impressed at all of them. Some, of course, I thought may not be quite achievable in the near future, such as if we save the Rybel, we can make a water park. However, look, some of these things I've never even thought of, such as the drones, display boards, motion sensor with light to scare away predators. These are all in the handwritten submissions. I'm just so impressed that our future leaders are coming along through here, so really hope everyone will support this motion.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Ward, do you wish to speak?
No, thank you. Just to know that Anna Ward, no relation, so it speaks for itself. Thank you. What a wonderful teacher with those children. Well done.
Any further speakers? Just to my further comments, to my earlier comments, just to acknowledge the passion and enthusiasm of our future, which from the Fernside School. protecting our braided rivers is certainly something that we all share, and it's certainly high on my list of priorities. One thing I did learn last year, interestingly, because I went to the AGM of the River Care Group, and I hadn't appreciated the change of predator. It's not just the cats, actually, or some of the stoats and other things that have been down there. It's actually the owl, which has caused, and they have had a, not quite a student, but someone that they've engaged down there who's done, I think it's a graduate, done in-depth work on analysing, and they were looking back through CCTV and other cameras, and it had surprised them themselves to identify that the owl has now become one of the predators down there, and quite disturbing actually to see from all the work that's gone in there that those things occur. One of them had been there for some time. One of the birds, which appears to has now disappeared. They're not clear whether it was the owl, but certainly it has now emerged as one of the major predators down there. So what we can do, and whether it's with us or with Environment Canterbury, are the things that I'd like to know a little more of, and to show good faith with our students that we go back to them with consideration and a response. So if they're invited to come and join our future meetings, Courtney, we will, once the staff report's undertaken, we'll work in with the school and see if they would like to come and have some further involvement in that. Councillor Mealings?
Just wanted to add to the conversation here that I'm really heartened to see the response from these awesome young people here, and it's a really timely reminder that we need to be good ancestors. And these young people are reminding us that loud and clear here in their petition. And I absolutely support us doing everything we can to look into the things that they've raised here. And I look forward to seeing what they get up to as they get older and learn more and become more active in our community. I think this is a great lesson in civics and in environmental science as well. So I'm really pleased to see it.
Okay, any further speakers? Councillor Fulton.
Just thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just like I was with colleagues, I commend the school children and on their work here and their diligence and interest in the natural environment. That's a slightly secondary point, but we may have seen reports over the last few days down at Twizel with the black stilts. There's a solar farm down there that's subject to quite an objection, particularly as it's called, I'm just looking up now, it's called the lake effect. So solar farms, and particularly wind farms, presumably the same sort of disturbance. It's just something to be mindful of as we consider use of what's considered waste land or river adjacent land. I can think of the Rakahuri potentially being in that category, or indeed any of our braided rivers and catchments. We just got to be mindful of the effect on birds with some of our regeneratable energy. So something to perhaps return to. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Reply if you wish. Councillor McLaren, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. All right. So thank you. We come now back to 7.3. So Nadisha, thank you. Pleasure. Thanks, Shelley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take the report as read. Now we have shared all the survey results with unit managers, and they are using it to inform their planning and other relevant activities. So if there's any question, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? So you have a question, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you for the report. On page 224 of Diligent, food safety and alcohol are treated together, and that's one of the poorer results of the survey, is there any way of separating food from alcohol?
Actually, in the questionnaire, we ask the question separately. When analyzing, we presented it as a combined results because of low number of responses we received.
Right. So do we know where the problem is? Is it food or alcohol where we're failing?
Yeah, we can. We have separate results for these two items. I can share it with you if anyone interested. For the purpose of reporting, we just combine it.
Okay, I'll talk later.
Any further questions? We'll we come to the recommendation. Is someone prepared to move? Councillor McLaren, seconded. Councillor Barshall, would you like to speak?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's always fascinating. I think it's really, really helpful to receive this and the way it's been conducted. And look, while it's natural and easy to be drawn to and focus on the praise and positive affirmations, it is harder, perhaps more helpful to focus on those areas where there's the most dissatisfaction, to understand why that is and identify whether or not steps can be taken to address those issues. While I appreciate each business unit is reviewing their own results, there's an opportunity within that review to identify if there's similarities of systems, processes and public interface across all of the business units, and whether the positive indicators of success in one business unit can be readily transferred across all of them. So rather than acting in silos or treating the individual issues, seeing if there's some commonalities there that can be adopted. But no, I'm very happy with the report and the survey in general. Thank you.
Right. Seconder.
Nothing further to add.
Any further speakers? Is that you, Councillor Fulton?
No, sorry.
Well, in general, I think we can just be really pleased with the results, and it does indicate high satisfaction in the district. I'm with Councillor McLaren. There's always opportunities, and we're a council that never, through the leadership of our chief executive, general managers and teams, never take anything for granted. So, but really, there are councils that we all deal with, neighbouring areas that would die for the results that we've got here. And that really does reflect, I think, on a very engaged community. And if we look at the results that have come through about what future options we have, the reason why a standalone receives such favourable comment, as well as looking at North Canterbury, is our community not wanting to see the gains that they have here with good service being lost into an amalgam across the river, where we may lose that sense of community and identity. And that's the thing that I'm sure you all do when we go out in our community here all the time, just how much people value that. But they also value their interaction with our staff, and I hear firsthand the satisfaction that comes about. Also here at times where people aren't happy, but you know, that's on the minor scale of the end compared to the overall satisfaction. So yes, there's always opportunities for learning, but I think we can take great comfort in this here, that we're definitely headed in the right direction. So, and appreciating that this is a completely different methodology than we've used in the past. So thanks, Nadisha, for you and the team's work on that, getting that together when we'd used a certain format for many, many years. So it's appreciated the work that's been put into this, but also really encouraging that we're still heading in the right direction. So thank you very much. Any further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to comment on page diligent 206, council benchmarking, the overall satisfaction of the council, we're right up there. with the maximum or best other performing average of councils. We're unable to compare this with previous surveys because the methodology is no longer applicable, so comparisons aren't helpful. But I think it's overall an excellent result, and there are some areas where we can look at improvements, and even those areas we're not necessarily anywhere near the worst of the bunch. So the benchmarking is a very useful way of comparing us with other councils. So I think we should be quite pleased with the overall result.
Any further speakers? Right reply? Councillor McLaren? Okay, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we come to draft community outcomes for public consultation. Sylvia.
Thank you. This work follows on from the workshop that was run at the end of February, where the council reviewed the existing community outcomes in the current LTP. This work will inform the development of the long-term plan 2027-37. I will take the report as read and answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? Are we looking for some councillors to join the panel? Is that correct as well? So we might just do see if there's any who's interested in joining Councillor Ward. Goldsworthy, McLaren, Mealings, anyone else? Bartle? Ian's? Well, to be honest, I don't really mind if you're all there. If you really want to be there, that's fine. And Powell, if you've got the time to put into it to help Joan with that.
Can I just say, August, after the 6th of August, I'm free.
The consultation is likely to be in August, so potentially late September for this.
Thank you.
All right, so is there any other questions? Would it be all right with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? There's 6 plus Joan. There's 7 on there. Does anyone want to review?
I'll withdraw. It makes it unwieldy if there's too many.
As will I. It's a bit too many for a hearing panel.
All right. Well, relaxed about the numbers that are there, but
just a question of just not that familiar with the process, but if you're on the panel, can we be furnished with advice as to whether we should be taking advocacy positions on particular long-term plan submissions? You know, like we've all got vested interests in different things and different projects, appointees to different groups. Yeah, I just think it's given the number of us that are potentially be involved.
I think all of you need to just be
take stock of that, and
yes, as have we all got to be as we come into the long-term plan.
I can see myself, and for instance, I've involved in community groups and I want to make submissions, not on the panel at this stage. So
yeah, but
I'm sure there'll be advice, won't there, Mr.
I think that's a good reminder, and perhaps to for all of us as we come into that, it's good general advice. So perhaps the CE could reflect on that with some general advice to elected members around positions we may or may not take, and we just leave ourselves open to challenge otherwise, and it's better to adopt a neutral position where you can shape, and these are just shaping community outcomes, so it's not advocating for particular positions as such on particular projects.
It's a changing world.
Yeah, well, you are correct.
Changes.
It's a changing district too, potentially.
Change.
Well, that's right. Well, these are just community outcomes, so it's not putting in every project that we wish. That's for the council to work through over that period. All right, but it's a good reminder. Any further questions? So we've got Councillor Goldsworthy, Bartle, Cairns and Powell to join. They will go in the gaps as some are prepared to move? Moved, Councillor McLaren, seconded, Councillor Bartle. Do you wish to speak? Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thanks, Sylvia, and thank you, team, for putting up your names to consider those matters. Great. Right, Sarah, 7.6, the adoption of elected member expenses policy.
This is before you to align with the Remuneration Authority's 1st of July determination and any amendments that were put through from the authority. The only change that they have made this time around is a small adjustment to the mileage claim, and that is noted in the policy. And there was one other small change to the security aspect. Previously had not been allowable for members that may have lived outside the district. That now has been removed, and regardless of where a member lives, the security aspect of the policy is applicable to them. They are the only changes that have come through. There were no remuneration changes to the actual pay of any of the elected members this July through to June of next year. Otherwise, take the report as read.
Thank you. And just noting, Sarah, just under the allowance for mileage, that's in accordance to Remuneration Authority guidelines?
It is the Remuneration Authority, but it also aligns with the IRB regulations too.
Thank you. Any questions? Someone prepared to move? Councillor Goldsworthy? Seconded, Councillor Cairns. Do you wish to speak?
Nothing much. I think I support the amendments that have been made. Thank you.
Cairns. Any further speakers? Councillor Bartle?
Just one brief question. I do note that the largest increases for electric vehicles. Is this a sign of the increased costs of running them?
It may be aligned with the increase of power in general, or the authority don't actually stipulate their full reasonings why they have made those adjustments.
Okay, thank you. Didn't previously electric vehicles, didn't they go above petrol vehicles from memory? Is that correct? At one point, they were higher. I think that reflected the value that you had to acquire one or something. Was that correct?
Yeah,
I seem to recall
recall,
that.
but this is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. This is the current rate.
Charges just come in.
Sorry?
Regular charges for EVs.
They've been in for a wee while now.
Yeah, but that's sort of new, isn't it?
Yeah, that may have had some small impact as well.
All right. So moved and seconded. Question. So debate more broadly. Any further speakers? I don't think there's anything to respond to, Councillor Goldsworthy, unless you wish to. Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you, Sarah. Health safety is next. 8.1, Chief Executive.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll just take the report as being read.
Any questions? Okay, someone prepared to move the report? Councillor McLaren, seconded, Councillor Fulton. Do you wish to speak? Councillor Fulton?
No, thank you.
Any further speakers? There's nothing to respond to there, Councillor McLaren. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So 9.1, which is the adoption of the Waimakariri Youth Action Plan. I feel like we've discussed this many, many times. So I think you could take your report as read. Is that correct? And most of us have talked ad nauseum at the Community and Recreation Committee about how wonderful it is. So do you wish any questions of colleagues? Right, so we'll come to the, unless there's anything you want to add, Lexi.
No, I don't think as you've mentioned, we have talked about this many a time now. I think it's a great plan that we've now got going forward. We've also got Ruby here as a member of the Youth Action Plan Advisory Group today to see the adoption of the plan, which is really great. But it's been a great example of collaboration across council, staff, stakeholders, young people themselves and community members. So it's exciting to get it to this point.
Ruby, seeing as you're in the room, is there anything you'd like to come and add? All right. And Emily's just coming in. We're just about ready to adopt there, Emily. So is there anything you want to add? Because I think we're all over this, unless you want to add anything.
No, I think we'll take the document as read and happy to answer any questions if needed.
I don't think there was any questions unless any have emerged since then. No. So I'll look for a mover and seconder. Moved Councillor Cairns, seconded by Councillor Deputy Mayor Redmond. Do you wish to speak?
Albeit briefly, it's a wonderful collaboration of so many people that are coming together, and the work that the staff have done has just been extraordinary in terms of the amount of outreach that they conducted in terms of going out to the community and getting feedback from the youth. So wonderful work, great collaboration. Let's move on. Thank you.
Councillor Redmond, Deputy Mayor Redmond, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, it's a wee bit like deja vu. I've seen this on, I think, about 4 occasions and spoken in favour of it. The thing that remains in my mind is the young people you were able to capture, and that was quite a fantastic achievement. So that, in my mind, is the part that remains. So I'd just like to congratulate you on the work, and this is the final, we won't be seeing it again, adoption of the plan. So thank you for your work and everyone who's assisted.
Yeah, I'm going to support it as well. It's been to the council a number of occasions through its development, and I've been involved with it really from this earlier phases of it, and certainly wanted to see what the best parts of, in those early days, the Oxford model brought into play, why youth came from it, the new youth council. I want to acknowledge the members of our youth council here with Councillor Mealings and Councillor Goldsworthy, and also one of the members. I just don't get along to the youth council meetings as often as I'd like for a few other commitments going on, but and of course our staff member sitting here was a member of the youth council in the day, so it's great to see you there, Lexi, working on staff now, developing this to now hopefully moving to the implementation phase. Ruby, always good to see you, and we appreciate your passion and enthusiasm, and it's great that you've been there in an advisory capacity with us. There's many fine initiatives in this district come about because of your leadership and the role that you play. So I just want to acknowledge that. But again, thank you to all our staff. And Tessa, when the cell phone goes off, normally it's your shout. So, but today we'll give an exception.
Sound effects.
Yeah, sound effects. Nikki?
Just briefly, because, well, it's the last chance for us to extol the virtues of all the work that's gone in here. Having had a front row seat to a lot of the engagements that were undertaken and getting this amazing response from our young people in the pre-consultation, I can only commend the outstanding effort that staff and youth council and everyone else involved, all the stakeholders, have given of themselves in their time, and taken the time to actually tell us their thoughts, because it's not just data. It wasn't a tick box. It wasn't a this was not a tick box exercise. We got an amazing amount of qualitative information from young people where they actually sat down and told us what they thought, and not just a handful of them, but over 1,000, which is amazing. And this, I've said it before, I'll say it again, that the results of this is going to set us in good stead in youth-oriented policy programs, planning, for years to come. Obviously, we'll have to update it every now and then, but I'm really pleased to see this and really happy to support it. So thank you for all your mahi, and let's get to voting, guys.
All right, any further speakers? Right of reply?
Thank you, no, that's all. Okay.
Right, so I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. Well done. Get on with the implementation. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, we're now at look here, minutes for information. So we've got the 11.1 to 11.3. Someone prepared to move? Councillor Marshall, seconded. Councillor Goldsworthy. I'll put those. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Community Board minutes for information. Councillor Fulton, you prepared to move? Good. Seconded Councillor Mealings. I'll put those. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Look, we might come back to the portfolio updates after we've undertaken PX. We might just do the PX now and come back to those so we're not in such a rush, hopefully, once we've dealt with the PX material. So if we can now go into public excluded. Oh, sorry, yes, it probably pays if you move that, doesn't it? Cool, yeah. Good of you to notice that, thank you. Someone prepared to move? Moved Councillor Mealing, seconded Councillor Marshall for the reasons outlined. Put that, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. And I'll just give a minute or two while the